Hello, hello. defending it. Okay.
Yeah, like I get into
Slacker
this.
just sent us one of the clips in the chat.
So one of those actually, it's a really good clip to be playing because this is the one that's been like floating around, and it like so. Yeah, let me bring.
Is it the where he says that it's possible for an adult and a child to have?
No, it's the one where he's
I think
playing,
that's
like,
the worst
Dead
one.
Cells.
I think that's his worst clip.
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
Really wild clip.
He has a clip where he says it is possible for an adult and a child to have sexual relations where it positively impacts the child. That's his quote.
Why is he acting like he's fucking based for saying that? What the
The point of it is so he makes these like statements, right? Like, so to give the context that people that so every time you discuss this topic, there's always somebody in the comment sections like, but the context, the context, and I'm like, okay, so I'm gonna explain the context real quick, okay? So the argument that is being clipped is like, okay, listen, what is the ethical? There's no ethical problem with like the ownership of like CP, right? And the comparison, the context is when you factor in all of the stuff that we're using, like this computer, for instance, right? The computer that some of these streamers use to like stream their broadcast to the world. It was built using like child labor. Now, I think this is an incredibly, and you know what? Hearted argument.
It deserved the full R word.
Full R word. Okay, full hard R word for this one. It is a terrible argument because to produce the CP stuff, you have to 100%. Like that is a literal negative good. Like that is literally designed to harm 100% vertically all the way.
It is impossible to create child ethically, whereas it is possible to create a computer or a phone ethically.
You could make like, okay, Caleb, you work in the candy business, right? Like, okay, is it possibly like there's probably unethical candy producers around the world, right? You know? There's probably unethical ways that even like when you're buying raw ingredients and stuff for your candy, that maybe some aspect of it was produced unethically, right?
Right.
Maybe. But that doesn't mean that needs to be the case. There could be a situation where the same product you use that was sourced unethically could be sourced ethically, right?
Right.
So that's where the argument, personally, at least to me, falls flat. It's like, you know, you're sitting here telling me like it is 100% a requirement that everything that is produced has to be made negatively. It's bad that it is.
The Vosh staunch defenders right now, they'll say even if you disagree with the argument, you'll understand that it's to make a greater point as opposed to just defending the child. And to that I say,
bad to normalize this kind of, or at least like.
But it's the fact that he did it so many times. It's not even the fact that he made a bad argument once. It's the fact that he keeps doing it in different contexts to prove different points and arguments, and every single one of them comes through the roundabout way of making child sound normal.
It's crazy to me that it's like that. This is internet drama.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Like, is it the fact that we're discussing
we're
this?
literally there's drama about a dude defending in general just being positive towards pedophilia. That doesn't.
Are you critical that there's even people debating this when it should be?
Yeah, I don't understand. Like I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't understand.
It should be 100%, right? Like we're against this. That's what. That's the.
I mean,
point
maybe what percentage of the population is files?
They might like this argument
on the internet. A lot.
Yeah, because it would be that percent versus the rest of people. I feel like.
Dude, the thing with the pedophile lolicon community on Twitter, they're insane. Like they have Discords where they track people speaking out against pedophilia, and they will like send people to harass you.
What the fuck?
It is a horrible experience online.
That's crazy. I hate this like debatey side of the internet because I've always said I'm like there's some debates that I don't think are worth having. Just because I think we all should agree that this so-and-so thing is bad, right? Like, that's honestly what goes through my head, right? And it's just like, people who want to sound smart or whatever, or some stupid shit like that, but discussing this kind of topic, I always hate it because I feel like it slowly normalizes this kind of stupid shit, and it should just be nipped right there. The fact that, like you said, the fact that this is drama is insane. It's not. It should be... In a normal society, we all should sit down and be like, this is just wrong. And we all are saying that. It's just insane that we have to contend with people that try to debate this point. It's like, there's no context. There's nothing here. It's like, this is just a sick thing to be, like, talking about, right? And it's
also,
weird that it shows up.
What's so crazy, and I told this to Slacker before the podcast started, that you could have two perspectives watching Vosh's clips and contexts and all that stuff. One perspective, I think, is more likely than the other. One perspective is he's a debate bro, and because of his debate bro, he found roundabout ways to find a way to make child ethical like 5 different times in different contexts. or he's attracted to children. I feel like it's one of those two, and
He just likes arguing a lot.
One is more likely than the other.
Seems like.
Like I'm not gonna sit here and like make a weird like the one guy that has been on him, and it's been Ethan Klein. If anybody's been following that podcast, it's been the one that's like pretty much been like on his ass centerfold around him. And I really think a lot of it comes from the fact that he's a dad, like not a new dad, but he's been a dad for a bit now, but he's got young kids, and it's like, obviously this is probably going to be like a really sensitive topic for anybody that's a father, right? I mean, it's a sensitive topic for me. I'm not even a dad, but I can only imagine what somebody with children must think about, seeing those clips, because a lot of those clips I didn't even see until like, Ethan like opened the floodgates and started digging around. I'm like, this is just, but. Yeah. I don't know. It's a weird thing for people to go around defending it. It's just super duper odd. And when I and many others say search their hard drive, I'm not afraid of the cops searching my hard drives, but I definitely think anybody talking about that stuff and slightly needs to be searched, like 100%.
Dude, my favorite part about the defense force that has been defending Vosh, for me, this is the funniest part. They defended him based on the fact that they think that lolly is not the same as child. And then Vosh comes out with his response video, and he's like, "Oh, horrible! I would never look at it. I just didn't know." It was like his entire defense force that was defending him fell apart because they were defending something that he himself didn't believe in.
Yeah,
That's so good.
It's just one of the, it's like, and it's one of those things where it's like, man, these people will just. I feel like it's a community that is ultimately cannibalizing on itself, and one of the things that I enjoy seeing is like at least it helps me filter out the truly like in the head types versus like, oh, these are like the normal individuals in the community that are like, because we all have to have like a floor, right? We have to have like a barometer for like what is normality, and I'm not gonna sit here sounding like Mr. Moral like fantasy versus. I'm just here to like give the level like understanding of what I couldn't discuss this kind of shit like with regular people in my family, right? Like I gotta go meet like family tonight. The word loli, it never comes out of the mouth. That never even gets uttered around. If I say that shit around family members, we're not meeting each other again. That's just over.
It's over.
That's crazy.
It's over at that point. And it should probably be, right? Like people are gonna be a little, judgmental about it. On the internet, it's like you can just be as flagrantly degenerate as you can, and when people get called out on it, there's like this weird like puff out your chest, like how dare you shame me. I'm like, no, that's just how society works, man. Like you get shamed for having some weird like shit on your
computer. It's crazy because also Vosh, right? Like so he Rev Says Desu is this channel that he makes like a lot of more anime type news Twitter bullshit type videos. One of his major stances is the defense of lollies and stuff like that. However, so Vosh called him a pedo lord for these stances literally less than a month ago. And now his hard drive gets leaked in front of everyone, and he has the whole freaking lolly stash himself. And his defense is, in my defense, I thought they were goblin girls. And goblin girls
if you have to put
adults.
yourself in a situation where the words that I thought this was goblin have to be uttered out of your mouth, dude, I mean, you're GG, man. It's already over at that
Good
point.
Defense.
Like,
Good
what
defense.
Goblin is crazy though. Like I can't even imagine that. Like what goblins is bro like actually that sexually attracted to? Like what are these goblins looking like?
Bro, he just rather people think it's goblins than children.
I think he calls them short stacks.
He did. He called them short
man.
stack goblins.
Sure. That's just so fucking weird, bro.
And then what's wild is like, dude, we should live in a world where like when we say that's weird, it's like this should just be like the standard like reaction. It's like, oh yeah, when Tectone says it's weird, it's not that I agree or disagree with the guy. He's just right. It's weird. When Muda says that goblin is weird, maybe there's a reason for it.
Insane when you say it.
Right?
It's funny because I think the main thing that bothers the lolly community is when you call them pedophiles. They don't mind if you say they're weird. They mind if you call them pedophiles because there aren't actual children involved.
Yeah.
But like that's already almost a subjective argument. It feels like.
Look, if we have to get into situations where this is having to be debated, you're on the wrong side of the debate, and you need some people need to go outside and touch some grass, normalize up a little bit, Jesus Christ. And if you get caught with shit like this, it should be as simple as you will be made fun of. Yes, that's just how the world works, okay? Human beings are, it's not bullying, it's just you got caught with some real cringe shit on the computer, all right? And some people might even think you're guilty of some illegal shit, and you can't say that they're being irrational. This is just the normal way to take it.
I think the big problem with it is because these people think it's like a morally gray area because they say, bro, it's just a video game. And then they'll say, oh, okay, so if you play Call of Duty, does that make you a murderer? And it's like, okay, well, no, okay? Having fun shooting people in Call of Duty is way different than pleasuring yourself to the images of anime children getting anally fucked. That is way fucking different,
bro. Pretty different.
Yeah, but then again, you get into debates that you probably, it's just a waste of your time. Like, this whole situation, like, even on the internet, like, I had a few, private DMs, and, sometimes I'll occasionally entertain it. And then I'm just like, dude, I got shit to do today, okay? All right? One message was enough. If you don't get it, then you probably never will.
Also, I saw there was this video floating around called Vosh is Unironically Evil. It's like an hour-and-a-half long video on YouTube, breaking down his debate tactics and stances and different incitements of violences that he's done. And it's it's kind of funny that everyone is so on top of him for the lolly stuff and the child shit. It's like no one even wants to go any deeper than that. That's I don't want to see any of this.
And that's a community that's dude, it must be tiring having to be a creator that's just constantly trending for the worst reasons. That's your whole business. Without this controversy, it's who's jipping in to watch, right? This is where I've always said, I'm dude, I could be making 2 million views a day on every video, but if I was in that situation, I don't think I could mentally handle it, nor would I want to. I'd rather make 50,000 views a day, but be living in positive obscurity. You know what I mean? Yep, right? Where nobody's where I'm not getting into these weird debates.
You don't want too mad to die
explain.
and people to say you're next.
Yeah,
that's bad.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, that's another big thing that kind of happened. And I'm actually glad that Caleb, because Caleb is the only guy that I know that in the show that actually.
That's better.
Like I said, I'm there's some.
Will send people to harass you. It is a horrible experience online.
I
That's
really
crazy.
I hate this debatey side of the internet because I've always said I'm there's some debates that I don't think are worth having. Just because I think we all should agree that this so-and-so thing is bad, right? Like, that's honestly what goes through my head, right? And it's just like, I don't know whether it's like people who want to sound smart or whatever, or some stupid shit like that, but discussing this kind of topic, I always hate it because I feel like it slowly normalizes this kind of stupid shit. And it should just be nipped right there. The fact that, like Caleb said, the fact that this is drama is insane. It's not. It should be, in a normal society, we all should sit down and be like, this is just wrong. And we all are saying that. It's just insane that we have to contend with people that try to debate this point. It's like, there's no context. There's no nothing here. It's like, this is just a sick thing to be, like, talking about, right? And it's
also,
weird that it shows up.
What's so crazy, and I told this to Slacker before the podcast started, that you could have two perspectives watching Vosh's clips and contexts and all that stuff. One perspective, I think, is more likely than the other. One perspective is he's a debate bro, and because of his debate bro, he found roundabout ways to find a way to make child ethical like 5 different times in different contexts, or he's attracted to children. I feel like it's one of those two, and
he just likes arguing a lot.
One is more likely than the other.
Seems like.
You know, like, I'm not gonna sit here and like make a weird like the one guy that has been on him, and you know, it's been Ethan Klein. If anybody's been following that podcast, it's been the one that's like pretty much been like on his ass, centerfold around him. And I really think a lot of it comes from the fact that he's a dad, like not a new dad, but he's been a dad for a bit now. But he's got young kids, and it's like, obviously this is probably going to be like a really sensitive topic for anybody that's a father, right? I mean, it's a sensitive topic for me. I'm not even a dad. But I can only imagine what somebody with children must think about, you know, seeing those clips. Because a lot of those clips I didn't even see until, like, you know, Ethan, like, opened the floodgates and started digging around. I'm like, this is just, you know? But, I don't know. It's a weird thing for people to go around. Like I said, I'm like, there's some debates that I don't think are worth having. Just because I think we all should agree that this so-and-so thing is bad, right? Like, that's honestly what goes through my head, right? And it's just like, I don't know whether it's like people who want to sound smart or whatever, or some stupid shit like that, but discussing this kind of topic, I always hate it because I feel like these people will just, I feel like it's a community that is ultimately cannibalizing on itself, and one of the things that I enjoy seeing is like, at least it helps me filter out the truly like in the head types versus like, oh, these are like the normal, you know, individuals in the community that are like, because we all have to have like a floor, right? We have to have like a.
No one even wants to go any deeper than that. Like, that's
how the world works. Okay, human beings are. It's not bullying. It's just you got caught.
Yeah, in the stream the day before he died, or the day that he died, he said he was going to go. He was gonna use ketamine. After. It's crazy. I mean, you can just look like an inch deep.
You don't want Two Mad to die and people to say you're next.
Yeah. That's bad. Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, that's another big thing that kind of happened. And I'm actually like glad that Caleb, because Caleb is the only guy that I know that in the show that actually had him, like, you made a video, a big video on Two Mad, several actually, a couple. So you know more about this like Two Mad situation than most other people, and I know it too because privately we were dealing with a couple things as well. But Two Mad, for anybody that doesn't know, he passed away, age of 23. I don't know how to describe his content other than it was schizophrenia, right? Like, he was an Overwatch creator, very schizophrenic editing, made a whole bunch of meme videos. For a while, his big
boom was Zoom call bombing.
Yeah, Zoom bombing. Yeah. And
Zoom
obviously in like the last year and a half, I don't want to say like he fell off, but it's just like he went really crazy on social media.
He went crazy.
Right? Like,
he kind of fell off.
But like actually like insane, because when you say crazy, people are like, oh, what did he do? Post some edgy topics.
Oh, no.
Like, he was like saying, I'm going to come to your house and kill you. I'm going to come to your house and I'm going to you. Like, it is like, it was like 90 tweets an hour. It was I was out of fucking control.
Yeah. He his last, it's crazy. I mean, you can just look like an inch deep and you'll see some really wild stuff. My last interaction with him was him unblocking me and saying on January 18th, I've decided you are acceptable for now. ...
Ominous.
That's ominous as fuck, bro. What
That's so ominous.
Yeah.
I did not respond.
His last message to me was "gay banana moment."
Wow.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, now I got to check mine, man.
What day was that?
I don't know. No, that was like a year ago, probably. I don't know.
Oh shit. Okay.
Ever since this whole drama stuff started, I stopped kind of associating with him.
Oh, dude, I got a wholesome one. He asked me if I watch anime on GoGo Anime Twitch, will I get banned?
Let's go.
Look at that. He was a weeb.
Let's go.
Being a weeb, come on now.
Just for clarity too. Just for clarity too, I made one video on him, and then I made one response video to his response video. His response video was just like him blabbering, essentially. The whole ketamine thing's not a good.
Yeah, dude, I opened Discord one day, just one message from Oompa, like in our podcast group chat. Too Mad died. It just it took me by shock. I had no idea what was going on. I was like, what? Like, is this serious?
So the way that Too Mad ended up passing away, for anybody that doesn't know, is apparently it was an overdose, and I don't know if it was publicly known that it's ketamine, but like I knew personally that it was the ketamine because privately when we had talked about it with Too Mad, there was a period where like he was seeking for assistance and everything, and we just knew like he mentioned K, and K for anybody that doesn't know is ketamine, and
he smoked it. Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of stuff. Like he in the stream the day before he died, or the day that he died, he said he was going to go. He was gonna use ketamine after, and then he died.
Crazy. Yeah, and the thing about like his whole like situation, even with like the ketamine and everything, and all the drugs and whatnot too, is he was somebody that like towards the tail end he got involved with this girl. Goldie Bell, sorry, not Goldie, Goldie Bell. I'm remembering the other names, but this Goldie Bell girl, they had a case against him, right? Or a lot of it is behind the scenes, and when you have a case, you don't talk about it publicly. So for anybody who's like, why are they now discussing this? I'm like, they're discussing it because they went to the police, and you shut the fuck up. Obviously, he's dead, so now you can say whatever you want. You can spit your piece. So he had a case. He constantly tried to get help for this case, and it became very evident to everyone that he was definitely in the wrong. He was in the wrong, at least for the harassment and all the stupid shit that he was doing. He was truly an unhinged type of guy. So I want to say a couple minutes after the world knew he passed away, this other guy named Jameski came out. And he basically came out with this post. He's like, he's dead. I can finally say it. The guy is like a fist and like a stalker, insane guy. Okay? And generally it was pretty positively received because if you were in that situation, I know personally when I saw it, I was like, oh, I understand it. Because I knew exactly what was going on. Jameski is somebody that I talked to. I'm not going to go into exact specifics. I'll leave that for Jameski in his video. But I knew behind the scenes what this guy was going through. So,
did you go to TwitchCon this year?
No, I didn't go to TwitchCon this year.
So I went to TwitchCon and I met up with Jameski, and there was like police cars called around TwitchCon where like people were not allowed to leave. And Jameski was like fearing for his life because I knew that Too Mad was doing some crazy shit to him back then as well. So it was a very big deal. A lot of creators knew about this shit.
Yeah. And so for like the audience that like watches it and they're like, why would you talk about it now? The reason he's going to talk about it is because he was the person that, from what he told me, was the guy behind, he was the one behind this whole case almost. Not behind the case, but he was assisting, sorry. And that's why, anybody in his situation is probably going to be shut the f up about the situation, as they should, as anybody should. So when the passing happened, it was like, all right, now we can discuss, what occurred, and that's pretty much how this whole story ended up going the way that it did. Now, I'm gonna say it from my perspective, and I'm sure I can speak for all of you when I say it. My heart goes to his family.
Absolutely.
Because obviously no one should. Yeah, it's his dad. His dad seemed like a really cool dude.
His dad was like specifically worried for him, like on a consistent basis. He even tried to. He even somehow knew his dad knew about that group chat that we were dragged into against our will. Yeah. And was even sending us messages from his dad, like his dad's texts, like asking for us to like help the situation be solved and shit. And obviously he had no idea what was going on. He didn't know his son was dying on the hill of making fun of a dead trans girl on Twitter consistently, 17,000 posts a day. But
Dude,
it's pretty crazy. I do really feel bad for his family, obviously, and his dad especially. I don't really know of any other family members.
Yeah, and even with like his dad too, it's like explaining that kind of situation to anybody, right? Like, let alone the dad of him. It's like it's just not. I don't know how you explain a situation like this to anybody. I don't know how you get things into it. Too Mad moved, from my understanding, to the United States. He moved to Los Angeles, which, if anybody doesn't know like how expensive it is to live in Los Angeles, it's pretty pricey. Probably one of the priciest parts of the countries. And he moved over there. He was always basically in the. I remember years ago he was asking me on like investment advice. I'm like, dude, get a finance manager or something. Like, because he was like asking me about the property market. I'm like, in LA, like, yeah, it's probably too late to invest, bro. Like, I'm just saying. But yeah, he seemed normal back then, and then obviously with creating content and because he was a rampant drug user, and this is where like I get into it. Like, I always joke about like drugs here and there, and I'm like, look, if you're somebody that takes drugs but you're level about it, like if you can. I look at it like any vice, right? Like porn, alcohol, gambling, or something. I'm like, I'm not against an adult making their decisions, but like, dude, he was like really addicted to drugs, and he just kept staying addicted to drugs. And I think Upa can like be a witness for me, and say that I was very much like always telling him like, don't do drugs, get off.
All of us
get
were.
help.
Yeah,
always, all of us.
I mean,
right?
everyone was giving him the same advice. Everyone, nobody
just not taking it.
Yeah, nobody was telling him what he wanted to hear, and nobody wanted to give him $250,000 with an IOU, and he's insane. Like, genuinely, something is severely wrong with his head.
Yeah, he was. So during the tail end of it, like we were brought into that whole situation, and he wanted us to foot the bill for his legal fees, going up against Jameski and everything too, right? And when he brought me in, I was like, dude, I don't really know you that well, and it's like, it's not a matter of like, hey, sure, let me front your legal costs. It's like, I need to know if you're in the right first. And so what I had access to, and I guess most people now do, is like the legal like cases, the case that he wanted to help defend. And even in the legal case, it wasn't even a case. It was just like him violating a restraining order. Like literally, like it was just him basically being petitioned by multiple states to stay away from a girl. And I'm like, dude, you're not actually. He told me like he was constantly getting sued, and I'm like, you're not getting sued, bro. The state literally is telling you to stay away from someone. Just abide by that. You know?
BRB.
know? Like, abide by that shit. So part of me is like, I feel bad that he passed away for his family, but like, I could not imagine like he's a good character in any capacity. And his death, dude, it is one of the weirdest things that I've ever seen on the internet, because it is the only time where I've seen everyone just like all of Twitter just, you know, like it's the meme where like the dudes have the
it's
coffin.
insane.
Like the dudes have the coffin on the literally, it's that meme. I'm like, Jesus.
I'm not even kidding you. Like the reception to his death was so like dystopian. I was like, oh my god.
So my knee-jerk reaction was, oh my god, why is everyone dropping this like as the guy dies? Like that was my knee-jerk reaction. But like
mine wasn't. Mine was,
but I didn't know
okay, so
any
we're
of
talking
this,
about this
like,
now.
Real life. Oof.
Yeah. I did immediately think like, holy what is his family going to think about all this shit? But that was one thing where I was like, man, maybe I don't want to die on the internet before I clear out my PR, because goddamn, that shit is brutal, bro. That shit is brutal.
They were not fun. So anybody that hasn't followed like anything, Too Mad was trending on Twitter, and like we're talking hundreds of thousands of tweets. So you think like after when somebody passes away, there's probably going to be like a point where you're like, oh shit, you know, let's give him a little bit of like our condolences, right? Like let's remember him for something good. No,
About 13
sir.
minutes. There was 13 minutes of that.
13 minutes of that. As soon as James,
so crazy.
Yep.
There was,
I mean, holy fuck! It was 13 minutes of, oh man, we'll really miss him. James Key drops the document. Oh, so we're talking about it. This guy's a piece of fucking trash. Too Mad died. Wow. Then the fucking bro died during Overwatch. That shit was just.
Yeah, that was a undoubtedly funny part of the whole thing, right? Like
Overwatch,
dude,
you.
I thought that was funny. You know, I felt the first thing I did was feel sad that someone died, right? And then think about their family, using empathy. And then I saw that and I was like,
what the fuck?
dude, like the amount of like Family Guy memes Jen sent me, like after he's like Too Mad. Like it was the funniest meme that I ever saw was like the one where the whole community was like, bro, can you stack up some kills or something? Do something. And then he's like,
Yes, I saw that one. Oh my god.
I was like, damn, dude, they hate. And that's like exactly what Tectron said. It's like, I hope to God I clear up my PR before I die.
Yeah.
Straight up, bro.
That is the only time I've ever seen a YouTuber dying where like unanimously it was socially acceptable to like just squat down and shit like all over.
There was a tweet, Too Mad died, Lamau, 70,000 likes. Like, holy that's insane.
Yeah, it's wild.
And you know, like at the end of the day, this is a situation where he could have been one of the more beloved creators, but it was like literally an example of, and I don't want to like sound like, I don't even want to sound like I'm downplaying the whole thing. It's like, yeah, it's a drug thing, but it's also just, he just lost it. Like he literally just he was one of the examples of like dudes who a little fame go to your head and then just dude sets off into like crazy land almost, right? Like a little bit of fame, a little drop of clout.
Ketamine's a pretty powerful drug.
Ketamine's one hell of a drug.
I think a lot of it is more than the ketamine, though. I think like he's kind of always been this like a little bit, because even with like some of the other statements like this, I'm trying to remember the creator, but it was like people who would like give their accounts like, hey, I was when he was a smaller creator, and like as soon as he grew larger than me, he's like, you see what happened, and then like moves on with life. I'm like, dude, this guy sounds like that's peach to be around.
That's kind of classic creator stuff, though. You know, that's happened to me to a lot of people who are pretty large creators who haven't died on the hill of making fun of a dead trans girl.
Yeah, and that was one of the things too. It's like no matter what your stance is on like situations, he had no stop on the meme, right? Like he literally did not have any moment to like stop, reflect, think about maybe I shouldn't. Dude was a posting machine, and it's like you think man, you're posting cringe or whatever. No, this guy was very comfortable on posting the most insane levels of cringe.
And I think another thing that really rubbed me the wrong way was that everyone kept comparing his death to Etika's death.
Yeah, oh my god, dude. That shit was stupid.
I couldn't believe people would do that. Because, like, here you have Etika, a beloved guy who suffered from a chronic mental illness and took his own life, unfortunately. Beloved by everyone. And here you had someone hated by basically everyone who,
for a while,
who also went through that really weird tweeting spree, and somehow that makes them comparable.
Yeah, I mean, I know, like, I don't want to blame it all, obviously, on ketamine, but, like, over the last couple months, for sure, and maybe the last year or so, because he's been addicted to the ketamine meme has been like around a year, a little over a year.
Yeah.
And when you are abusing ketamine, a drug that's very strong, especially if you're smoking it, like he claimed he did, I mean, it destroys your like gray matter in your brain, and then that's like the compartment of your brain that's essentially responsible for like reasoning and stuff like that. So it just makes sense that he lost his mind or didn't lose his mind specifically because of ketamine, but it definitely added to the problem for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, he overdosed on it multiple times. So the one time he died.
And like at the end of the day, it's like, you know, again, sad that it happened, and he was 23 years of age, so of course, obviously, very, very young. But you know, at the end, it's like ultimately when you're of that age, it's your life decisions that ultimately, like, it's up to you to decide what path you want to go down. And unfortunately, with all of the absolute advice that was offered to him by everyone, he failed to take any of it into account, and ultimately, that's why, you know, we're here talking about it.
What's that inspirational quote? Don't be sad that it ended, be glad that it happened.
Yeah, that's a quote.
I don't know if you want to really be so glad here. I don't know. Like when I saw like everyone talking about like how he was, you know, kind of a piece of shit and stuff, more so than I even realized, because I saw the unhinged Twitter shit. I was really like, you know, I'm thinking of the BoJack Horseman clip where he's saying like, you know, he's dead and everything is worse now, and then I'm like, but is everything worse now? Like, I don't like, for his family it obviously is, but for victims it isn't.
I mean, he wasn't a net positive on the world.
Yeah.
Like, realistically speaking.
But, you know, Jesus, so
who the fuck are we? We're a bunch of idiots here on YouTube talking about this. Oh my god.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty easy to determine whether something's like a net. Most people are just sort of net negatives, right?
Yeah, I mean, most of us don't do much in the grand scheme of things.
Kind of horrible to think about, but I guess.
I mean,
why is that horrible to think about?
Wait, why?
Because I have faith that everyone has value, okay? Everyone.
That's called hubris, bro.
Even Tectone.
It's called hubris.
Yeah, I disagree.
No, dude, not all of us have value. Dude, listen, we talk about the most stupidest shit on the internet. Dude, the world would not change if I died today. Because what did I talk about? Niji Sanji
I would be very sad, okay? Don't do that.
No, but like, but you know, ultimately, it's kind of a depressing thought. But you know, it is what it is. We're still like here. You know, we still try to change the world in our own ways. But to go back to like the whole Tumat thing, yeah, he passed away, and it's sad, but it is one of those things. Like, I didn't say anything about it on the day because it was truly like a little bit of a shocking thing to happen. Because at first I thought, man, am I getting trolled on today? Like, is this a meme? But because immediately I went to Discord and I saw that he was playing Overwatch 2, and I'm like, this has got to be a meme. And then like dudes were like deconstructing his like prior Overwatch games to figure out the TOD.
Dude, I saw the craziest screenshot. Someone in the drama community, Larix, I don't know, that
Larix,
guy.
Yeah.
So I saw him show a screenshot where he messaged Tumat, "Yo, dude,
you alive, bro?
You alive?"
Damn.
Oh god.
I want to imagine
somebody deranked due to his death, man. That's probably the worst part of it all.
Yeah.
Dude, just imagine somebody actually getting mad over it. It's like, god damn, this one guy had to die.
Fuck this guy, bro.
Screaming, unmute your mic while he's ODing on ketamine.
I mean, given how shit the Overwatch community is, probably not too far from the truth. That community is probably like the goddamn worst. But we had an arrange, like I would say like the last week or two has been kind of rife with like some of the most serious things. But thankfully, that's why I like to round it all back. Your Genshin Impact stuff, the more I think about it, the more I'm glad that we have the low stakes situations where
Absolutely.
There are some serious things. Like I do remember, like I wasn't too keen on this, but they brought up like your prior relationships too in this entire situation.
Oh, they always do, man. It is what it is. It don't matter. It straight up, it doesn't matter. That guy got shit on for that, bro, because it's just so weird. It's just weird Genshin players being weird. They get upset at me because I say, hey, man, the game isn't that good, and then, that breaks their immersion with their parasocial relationships because they think they're actually dating characters in the game like Hu Tao. It is what it is, just some more dumb, brainless bullshit, but it makes me happy. It just pisses other people off, but
Wait,
I enjoy
dating characters?
Yeah, these people, they play.
Dude, you think parasocial relationships are bad with streamers?
Oh, yeah.
Dude, they tried to assassinate the CEO of Genshin Impact because they released a bunny girl.
Yep.
Okay,
they released a trailer for Bunny Girl suits.
I think I need more context on the.
Okay, I'll give you the whole context. So there's this game called Honkai Impact 3rd.
Yeah.
Okay, it's another one of it's a Honkai Impact Genshin,
it's
same company by Hell
casino. Yeah, it's another casino for you.
Yes,
so
sir.
they release a trailer in China for the girls of Honkai Impact being dressed like bunny girls. Okay, and there was a fan who was
only in the West.
With the
Cover
knife,
girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But China caught wind of that, and they were so enraged. There was an attempt at DeWei, which is the CEO of Hoyo vs. Life, for putting them in bunny girl suits.
Yeah,
like the guy tried to fucking stab him.
Humiliated China.
Yes, it's bad. It's bad. But these people are fucking nuts. They've always been nuts.
I remember when you were telling me like a episode or two ago, and I was just like, this isn't game that's like, because I looked up the financials for Genshin Impact.
Yeah.
Mihoyo, and I was like, dude, this is an indie company, by the way, that has like a third of the revenue of like what Activision Blizzard. Like Acti Blizzard, like a third of the revenue that Acti Blizzard earns belongs to this one company, like $2 billion.
They're huge. Amount. They made more than PlayStation last year. Like they are.
Yeah,
insane.
I was gonna say, I'm actually shocked they didn't make more than Activision Blizzard because they make so much fucking money. It's absurd.
Have you seen the mount prices in Diablo 4?
People buy those?
There's some degenerate crackheads that I know that are buying that shit.
I mean, shit, I guess. they released a character called Raiden Shogun. The first time it came out, they got like 30 million off of it, and then they re-released it, and then they made 50 million. Like that game just prints. The game just prints money, bro.
That's
like
crazy.
The game prints money. It's insane. That's why gacha games are so genius. They take so little to develop, and they make so much fucking money. That's why I want to make a gacha game, but I'll actually make it good. That's my twist on how to hook people.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but then that's just
Genius.
Genshin Impact.
Genshin Impact sucks balls, though. That's the thing. Genshin Impact that is a terrible fucking game. It is fucking horrible.
I remember when that game came out, I was like, man, this is actually like fun. Like they actually have game, because usually when I think of gacha games, I think of shit like Raid Shadow Legends. You know, the YouTube sponsor bait that everyone gets. You ever play a game? Okay, so the audience, if you don't know, like your Raid Shadow Legends, I don't want to shit on Raid specifically, but games like it, they typically are like auto battlers. So you just like set them up. You know, you go take a shit, and by the time you come back, hopefully you get, the next stage of whatever grind you're going to. Genshin actually has an open world and shit to do. Same with like Star Rail, all these other games. So they actually have some gameplay, and by the merit of having gameplay, it separates them and makes them like.
So
it sounds so stupid when you say it. You know that?
Let me explain why it's worse than that. Okay, this is why I used to play Genshin for about a year or so, maybe a little bit longer. Okay. I used to play every fucking day. And the problem is the game sets you up to think that it's a fucking video game. Have you ever played World of Warcraft?
Yeah, I played World of Warcraft. Sadly.
Okay. Sure, okay. So Genshin is essentially you play World of Warcraft, you grind to level 60, you get to the end game, right, to do like the raids and the PvP, but there's no raids in PvP. So you get to max level.
I don't know,
and then
bro. I was on Twitter. There was a lot of PvP going on between the creators.
True.
Between the creators.
Yeah, the PvP is definitely between creators, and it's so fucking good, bro. Oh my god, I love it, dude.
But that's the thing about it too. It's like you like to the average person, and this is why like one of the analogies I used in the Genshin video. I'm like, it's like a blue market industry, right? Like, or a blue ocean industry, because as long as you're the only person in the space with something comparable, you keep printing money, right? Like,
yes,
because there is no other game, right, with like at least the quality level, like up front, like you fire it up.
Genshin.
yeah, like you fire it up and move around, unless there's another game, but it's always done by MiHoYo or whatever.
That
on
is
the app
so
stores.
crazy you just brought this up, because I was just streaming the new Genshin Impact competitor.
What is that?
It's called Wuthering Waves. It's in its second closed beta. I got access to it.
Okay.
And it will be the first legitimate competitor Genshin Impact has ever got. So essentially, it's Genshin Impact, but there is endgame, and the combat is kind of like Devil May Cry mixed with Sekiro, but on a more casual level. But it's very fun. It's very, very, very fucking fun.
So it actually will keep me engaged.
You're saying
thing,
it's
right?
fun now, bro. You're saying that now. However,
Hey, we'll see, man. I mean, I said Star Rail was fun too for a year, and it's still fun.
Give it a
I actually
year.
enjoy Star Rail.
Is it fun in the gameplay sense, or is it more fun when you're swiping your credit card on it? Is the thing?
Well, Star Rail's fun without swiping at all, and Wuthering Waves is also fun, completely free to play. Which I think, me personally, I've gone through a whole cycle. Full disclosure, I've spent over $500,000 on gacha games, right? But for the past two,
it's a business write-off. It's a business write-off.
no, go ahead.
No,
Any question?
I know both of our eyes just lit up. Okay,
I knew this. This is old news.
Yeah.
half $1 million USD.
Let me tell you why, though.
Tell us.
Okay, let me tell you why. The context makes this more sense.
You
okay?
sound like Vosh right now.
Yeah. So Goblin Girls, right?
Yeah.
Right, so,
Now we're talking.
Short stacks.
yeah, short sex. So
No,
one
these are
summon.
some big stacks right now. Half a million
Yeah.
stacks.
So one summon in Genshin Impact cost $1.16. Okay, one sub generates a streamer generally, if they have the 50-50, $2.50, and then you lose about 35% of taxes, so you get around $1.82 net once you get the sub. So I would tell people I will do one summon for one sub. So I turn that $500,000 into roughly around $900,000 profit. So in total, $400,000 net profit, plus the YouTube videos that went along with it and the streams along with it. So I generally spent $500,000 on gacha games to make in total around $2.3 to $2.4 million of total profit. So
it was an
there's a reason why I spent that
investment.
much.
You're saying it was an
Yeah,
investment.
100% it was an investment. 100%.
I'm just saying,
Now,
XQC invested a lot to get a $100 million kick deal. So like,
yeah, absolutely.
that was
man,
an
100%.
investment too.
That is such a now that you put it, like I was about to sit here and Caleb hammer you for a minute. I'm like, 500,000
Yeah.
on a gacha game.
Yeah.
Like, when you tell me like the scheme that's running through, and I'm like, oh, now it just makes sense. It's such a brilliant thing to get into.
Now, that being said, I was smart now, but before I was a content creator, I also completely bankrupted myself by being horribly addicted to gacha games. But now that I have a way to abuse the system, now it's fine. That's why I became a content creator, was because I'm spending way too much money on these games. I need to monetize this shit because I'm ruining my life.
Dude, even if you only have 3 viewers, you can still make it a business expense. I'm just saying.
Absolutely, man.
And that's one of the reasons why I love like the Asmongold stuff, because obviously Asmongold is like a WoW guy, like a World of Warcraft dude, and if you're spending that many hours playing, this is what I always said, like I don't play any MMO game right now because I'm just horribly busy with other shit. But see, if you're Asmongold, you can flip your addiction and make a lot of money out of it if you're lucky enough.
Well, I mean, you'd think he'd make a lot of money, but then he goes live and doesn't run any ads whatsoever, and then his YouTube channel, also he gives 100% of what he makes to his editors.
No,
so
he
it's
doesn't.
like,
no, he doesn't.
yes, he does.
He gives all of his YouTube revenue to his editors?
Yes.
What? No way! That's insane.
I mean, what does he need it for, man? He lives in a garbage pile.
I'm just saying.
Like, what is he gonna spend it on?
It's still insane.
That was my favorite Asmongold video when you showed up to his house.
Oh my god!
I was just like, dude. When I saw it, I'm like, bro, dude, this is a crack house, dude. Like,
for me, there was a clip that showed up recently. A roach was crawling across his shirt, and he just took it off casually and put it in the garbage.
I love that one.
When I saw that, I lost my mind.
That's his pet. That's his pet. That's Pete. And also, it's not a crack house. To Asmongold, it's his crack home. Okay, there's a very big difference.
Yeah, that's true.
I see.
Well, like, okay, so, and that again answers it, Nux. It's like, why does he care about the money side of it? Dude, he's fine. That house was paid off before anything started in terms of, now he can just chill, relax, and make, I showed the steak video to my mom, and my mom was like, if I ever saw your kitchen look like that, I would kill you. Like, she would behead you. Like,
I will say, the $2 steak, it's really good.
Oh,
like, it is really
it
good.
Looked amazing. Like I straight up told like Jen and my mom, like, dude, that like no matter what porterhouse you get, it's like that's just that tastes like home, you know?
Yep, absolutely, man.
Yeah.
And
one thing you gotta say about Asmongold, streaming and making content, that's literally his whole life, right? He doesn't care about a big house, about a lot of money. None of that matters to him, right? It's just
no, he doesn't care. He just enjoys his Chipotle. You know, he orders Chipotle once a day. He eats it. He fucking loves it. You know, he is starting to exercise a little bit more, which is great.
Let's go.
And the house, it is fucking disgusting. But I will admit, I mean, don't get me wrong. It is fucking putrid. It is the worst house I've ever been in my whole life. But like, I get it. Because, like, low-key, it's cozy. Because you can never worry about making it worse, you know? It's like, okay, it's like, for example, I'm wearing white pants. Sure, the white pants look nice. But now when I'm drinking this smoothie, I'm like, oh, what if I get a little bit on the fucking pants? With Asmund, it doesn't matter, bro. They don't matter.
He's broke the system. Salesman of all time.
When I was watching, dude, when I saw like the house stuff, and my mom, like, because I watched it with her, I'm like, you got to see this guy, like, because I showed it. She was like, he's got to have like a second house to go to. I'm like, no. I'm like, you see the way that he's sitting in the. I'm like, wait, hold on. What do you mean second house? The guy's live 24 hours a day. Where the fuck do you have the time to go to the mansion? This is the house. This is the residence. And like, part of me is just sitting there. I'm like, man, I'm so glad that I stopped playing World of Warcraft, because holy shit, this could have been mine.
Yep. Nah, dude, it is wild. It is absolutely wild.
But
and the guy, he also gets like what, 100 million views a month, 80 to 100 million views a month on YouTube.
Yeah, probably.
But the thing is, like, with him, it's just it's good to see somebody who's like he's like he's just like a gamer. Like, it is what it is. Like, this is his thing. I'm glad that he does what he does, and I actually like the humble nature of it too, because I'm like, you know, I appreciate. Every time I look at his kitchen, it reminds me of a buddy of mine when I was in the 8th grade. Like, I go to his house, same vibes, you know, smells the same. I could smell, like, when I saw the steak video, I was like, I can smell this video. Like, I could smell it. Okay, the roach was excessive. When he grabbed it, I'm like, that's badass. Like, holy shit.
No, but it's like, what was so spooky was the amount of experience he must have had. Like, this isn't the first time he just found a roach on him and grabbed it and took it off. No, he was bored while he did that. Like, it is an everyday occurrence.
And you know what? Honestly, in that regard, it's like, congratulations, man. That is like like, you got two yin yangs, right? Like, you got him, and then you got. Like Aiden Ross's, right? She's just like letting people scam him for like $2 million in his like Miami mansion. It's like.
Oh, near. That's been a while. That's not right. Yeah, that's what I... Not bad. Okay. Whoops. What? That was... What? Fuck. Uh-oh. Ow. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? that one done. Let's see. Chocobos. No! No! I didn't cancel. So Animal Crossing. Okay.
Dude, you have the yin and yang of streamers, right? And it's like, which side do you pick, right? Like, which side do you go popular streamer? But yeah, it's been a fun episode, man. Honestly, I'm glad that you took the time to come talk with us, Tectone. I know that you've been going through drama, and I like talking about drama with you because I know, unlike other creators, you're unfazed by all of this shit.
Oh yeah, I don't give a fuck. It don't matter.
Also, he's honest. Like, he'll say it the way he sees it instead of skirting around the bushes trying not to tickle anyone the wrong way.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's essentially like, it's just everybody's a pussy except for me. That's pretty much just how it goes. That's how it'll be, especially for the gacha community. Holy fuck, bro. Like, these people, like, that's why I think they're doing bullying back, to be honest. Because, like, some of these kids, bro, they've never experienced conflict in their entire life. They're so fucking soft, it's insane.
Dude, this is why I love it. I feel like the NPC in your story. Like, I really feel like you are the main character of life. Like, I feel like the side character you talk with about a side quest in the story now. Like, you just put it.
Crazy.
But, you know, ladies and gentlemen, this has been another episode of the podcast. If you want to check out Tectone, you got your channel at Twitch, you got Kick, all this
Fuck
other
no.
stuff.
Just YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. That's it.
Dude, I feel like you could kill it on Kick, bro. You could be like
I
unhinged.
could, but I worry about what I would do if I went on that platform, to be honest.
Dude, I just saw that some Kick Predator guy was just outed by.
Yep.
Dude, I saw that was crazy.
It's wild.
Actually, that's an interesting one to end it on. Like, what was that guy again? Like, Riot LOL.
I don't remember.
Fuck, I had
he
it
would do
pulled up.
like he would do like Omegle streams where he would talk to girls that were like 15-ish, and he would get them to say they're 18, and then tell them that he wasn't recording, but then actually record them naked and post it in his server for people to see.
Bro, what the happened?
What
That
the
like
fuck?
that is just straight up like, what happened to Shame, bro? What happened to like the
No,
cops?
honestly, and he would do this every day, like in front of hundreds of viewers. Like, what the? How can you get away with this?
I want to ask if he's banned. I assume that he is. Like part
I
of the
assume that he is also.
Yeah.
Although I should.
But have the
ask.
cops been involved in that?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
Well, I think the FBI should be doing something about that. Okay, like Jesus.
Yeah, I'm tired of crimes being called drama. It's like, bro,
Yeah, dude.
guys, come on.
Yeah,
It's
that's
so
not.
annoying.
Yeah, it's
See,
crazy.
Genshin drama, that was fun. Because it was
Yep.
just people being idiots. Right? It was just high school, too. Okay?
Yeah.
That was amazing. This is,
You know?
like, this guy's actually distributing child.
Yeah, you know, it's like this charity scams, everything. It's like actual criminal actions are not drama to me. That's like just. You know, back in the day, we used to call this shit actual crimes, and we all reported on
Back
it.
in my day.
Yeah, the good old days.
Back in my day, the cops would get involved.
Did you hear
but
about that
now-
Jeffrey Epstein drama that was going on? That was crazy.
Dude,
Oh my
did you see the new Epstein game?
Oh,
What?
dude.
Epstein's Island.
Dude.
Yeah, on Steam, bro. Battle Royale Survivor game.
Yes, sir.
Insane,
Dude,
bro.
Did you see,
When we dropping
the
in?
boss battles? I don't know, man. I think I'm a little too old to drop into Epstein Island.
It depends on how you look at it. You're either too young or too old.
That's insane.
Yeah, I'm either the boss character or I'm the...
Yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you enjoyed today's episode. Check out Oompaville, check out Nux, check out myself. Ladies and gentlemen, this is all of us, and we are out.
Welcome to the newest episode of the Some Ordinary Podcast. With me today is my lovely and beautiful co-host. He solved all the geopolitical crises in the world. His name is Mudahar, and we love him.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, and we also have, for the first time on the podcast, a talented lawyer, Legal Mindset.
Thank you for having me, Nux. Appreciate it, and appreciate you, educating me behind the scenes on all the VTube nonsense that I didn't know about before, but now I know a whole lot about after the last week.
Let's go.
Dude, that's gotta be the wildest thing as like a lawyer. It's like sometimes you just hop into a case and it's in an industry where you're like, what the?
Well, it's you gotta be ready, but you gotta be ready to go 0 to 60. And if you're not ready, come on. And I was already a weeb. I already knew a lot about anime, so like a lot of the anime cultural stuff was there. It was just the absolute sheer hubris of these companies is actually pretty insane. I mean, in any other industry, this would be like just a huge scandal, but it seems like there's not just even this incident, but like going back and people telling me more things that have happened historically, it's kind of crazy in the VTubing world in terms of what's happened to talent.
Yeah, it's like the entertainment industry. If you take every safeguard and ethics,
dude, we're starting a new industry, new VTuber agency, hosted by Epstein's Island's private servers.
Yeah.
It's gonna be awesome.
It's called Actor.
I made a mention in like a video a couple days ago where I talked about the laws regarding minor salaries. I was talking about like YouTube family channels in California. So I was just sitting there. I'm like, man, we have like actual ethical safeguards for a lot of industries right here, and it wasn't always like that. But it's just, dude, you would think that even in Japan, like a first world nation, you would think over there they wouldn't treat this industry like organized criminal like cartel was running it,
Well, it's not that far off from how they've run a lot of their other idle stuff, right? So if you look at the system that they use, and I actually had a fairly detailed, it was like a 200-page document, but there's like 30 relevant pages on how they run their general idle system. There are known links with organized crime, like the extra legal Yakuza solutions were already part of that idol system for normal celebrities. So you take a lot of that and you like merge it over into the VTuber side, and this whole expectation that they kind of own you, that they kind of own the talent, the company kind of owns the talent, that you can see that translate over. You can see that kind of, okay, yeah, we're used to like we own you, and like you're kind of our property now, right? And in the VTube sense, they actually are, because from a legal sense, they own the avatar, they own the images, they own the IP. So technically, they kind of do own it, except for the personality, which is what makes it profitable.
True,
right?
but again, if you look at just the idol industry, like the big one, AKB48, like that's one of the really big idol industry thing goes. They had one of the girls that was seen with a guy, and like as an apology for penance, they would literally take her outside and they shaved her head in public to humiliate her.
And
like,
she did it. And beyond that,
dude, that's what the bad guys do in Game of Thrones. Okay,
yes. And then she had to do with her shaved head a crying apology video, begging them to forgive her.
So it's not just owning the avatar. Owning the avatar is one thing.
You guys are going like 130 miles an hour. I like hit the roadblock as soon as you mentioned the word penance.
Y'all, everybody, if I could just take your briefest attention for just a moment to say thank you to the wonderful people over at Rocket Money for making this podcast today possible. This is an app that will go through all of your terrible, unwanted subscriptions that you did one time. Rocket Money is here for you, ladies and gentlemen. It is the finance app that will help you cancel subscriptions, lower bills, and manage your money better. I am using Rocket Money for exactly that. You simply upload photos of your bills, you tap a few buttons, Rocket Money negotiates your bills for you. It is literally making your life easier actively. All you gotta do, click the link in the description below. Rocket Money has helped save its customers an average of $720 a year with over $500 million in canceled subscriptions. Save more money, spend less money, join the 5 million members using Rocket Money today. Go to rocketmoney.com/someordinarypodcast, or once again, click the link in the description. Get started for free and unlock even more features with the premium. That is rocketmoney.com/someordinarypodcast to get started for free.
Like, what the fuck? Little on back there. Hold on.
Okay. Well, let's get some history, you know.
All right. Start it off. Take us away. Take it away.
Yeah. No, but I mean, it's expected that, like, for example, with defamation in Japan, and once again, you know, hashtag not a Japanese lawyer, but, you know, the English translation, you can read these things in English. One of the acceptable remedies for the judge, or remedies for you to make it better if you've defamed somebody in Japan, is to issue a public apology and make a public statement apologizing sincerely, saying what you said was wrong, and doing, you know, some form of penance,
Humility,
right?
humiliation,
yeah, showing your humility, right? Showing that you apologize, your contrition, right? You know, I'm from Florida. There was a small town in Florida that when you would steal or do another sort of crime, they would make you stand by the road with a sign that says, like, I'm a thief. Sort of like that, right? You've got to actually go out there and have a public element to your
Yeah, you got to be shamed.
punishment. Yeah, shame. And to be very fair on shame does work. Shame can be very highly effective sometimes.
So does breaking your kneecaps, okay? But, like,
Yeah, for real.
not the point.
It's true. It's very true.
Yeah.
What's insane about it is, like, how legal this is in like one of the biggest countries in the world, one of the biggest economies too,
Well,
right?
and
It was wild when it turned out that Andrew Tate was actually the CEO of Niji Sanji. I couldn't believe it.
Probably.
The thing is, it's like, even if it's illegal, the problem is because of this international element, like, there aren't international lawsuits for a reason, because they're really freaking expensive and they're just not worth it. Most of the time, the parties are just like, oh, well, we got screwed, you got screwed, okay, we'll walk away. Because it's just not worth trying to do international depositions. And what are you going to do? You're going to try to extradite somebody? That's going to cost you $500,000, right? Like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do with their assets? They don't have anything in Canada. They didn't actually have a Canadian subsidiary. There's no assets in Canada. So, like, Doki couldn't even, if she wanted to sue, even if she, you know, had grounds, which I think she may, it doesn't matter. They don't have shit in Canada. So she would have to go to Japan, or they would have to go to Canada. It just doesn't make it worth it in the mind for litigation, which comes out in the favor of Niji Sanji, because that means they can act like, you know, they can act like however they want to act like, and essentially nothing's going to come of it because there's no remedy. So
Yeah. But at least the internet sort of vindicated her on this
Yes.
one. I feel like that's so. My perspective of this Niji Sanji thing is they bit off much more than they could chew when they actually thought that they could treat Western talent like they've been treating the Japanese talent.
correct.
Because the Japanese talent is used to the idol culture. So, to some extent, they're going to walk that tightrope.
I'd say there's also, like, a proximity thing, too, right? Like, again, this has been going on for so long in Japan, and to be real, like, I'm from, like, Toronto, so I don't really hear or care too much about what their celebrity culture is doing or industry. But the moment it happens on our side of the water, dude, trust me, I follow Drake way less than I follow, like, Niji Sanji. Jesus Christ. No, but okay, if it happens on our side of the world, right? And like I said like a few minutes ago, we have like laws and like ethical like sort of like barriers for this kind of stuff. So when you see it so visibly broken, I think that's what really brought this more to the mainstream. Because I wouldn't have known about Doki Bird if it wasn't for Unux, and then also like reading into this further. Well, I beat Charlie to the punch on this one, actually.
True.
I looked into this.
Excuse me.
Dude, it always drives me insane. Like, if I'm like a minute late from something, because he'll like record something straight up and upload it. I'm like going through and like researching and like putting in like pieces and edits, and I'm like, God damn it, you assholes, give me the extra hour. But anyways, no shout out there. It's great that everyone covered it because the amount of awareness that was raised.
Yes.
Again, the only thing she could have gotten out of this was the
BRB.
public perception on her side,
Yes.
which it has. And that's about all she could have expected. That's about the best possible case scenario. And at least we now learn, like, this is actively going on, and it shouldn't go on. And if you are somebody that is working with these organizations, then there needs to be a new type of VTuber organization that helps to combat this kind of an exploitative practice, because it's one of the biggest. Like, when I saw the amount of revenue the VTuber industry was making, absolutely mind-blowing.
And people aren't paying attention to this. The thing that was boggling me, especially my fellow lawyers and the quote-unquote law tubers, like, they're all like, Andrew, they're DMing me or whatever, saying stuff, Andrew, what's going on? What is this stuff? Like, what's this VTubing stuff? I'm like, it's just, the biggest thing in Japan. Like, go look at Playboard. Like, go turn it over to
really
What the fuck did I just stumble into?
Nirvana, okay? Yeah. You've been awakened. I've been screaming this for over a year now. I've been screaming this at the top of my lungs. There are so many cases of VTubers that have been abused in one way or another by these companies, and they have no way to fight back, because after they're fired from the companies, they're also legally silenced, okay? It's not that every VTuber company is bad. It's just that a lot of them are.
Here's your NDA, right? Yeah. Here's your NDA, right? And they're gonna hand them the NDA. They're gonna probably take some sort of small settlement, and they're gonna go away because there's a wild power disparity between one and the other.
So it's worse than just an NDA, because they'll make you sign something before they fire you, okay? And if you refuse to sign it, they'll say, okay, you don't have to sign this. If you don't, we'll take you to court, and we'll also blast you online, and we'll basically cancel you publicly. If you do sign it, well, then you literally can't say anything.
Right.
So that's kind of the method to the madness. It's insane. And the fact that they keep all the play buttons, like, what is that? That's just to stroke your own ego.
It's
really
petty
the
as
most
shit.
Evil shit that I've ever seen.
Let me remind you, I own you. They're 2 steps away from taking the Yellowstone cattle brand and start just,
I mean, but you're not wrong about it too. It's like, again, when I go, like, okay, in the entertainment industry in the United States and Canada, it can also be as scummy, right? Like, there are cases where talent is, I wouldn't like it. They're definitely taking advantage of abuse. It's unethical.
Sure.
We have laws here that are designed to help protect, right? And no matter what people say, laws, regulations, these things existing do provide a base layer of protection, and that's something that I want to see implemented, at least in the VTuber side. Like, if you're an entertainment organization and you're working overseas, right, which a lot of organizations do, there needs to be better international laws and better, like, I feel like the only way you can hire talent here is if you incorporate a business here and you operate with the actual ethical laws that we set for the talent that you've brought here.
So that was one of my suggestions. I had 2 potential solutions. By the way, I completely agree with you. And I'm the biggest anti-regulation guy. I'm like super, like, we've over-regulated. I've had to do business with California, in part of my corporate life for years. They have too much. But this is one where there's none and it's a problem, right? There's like 0. Right? And like 0 is too little. Like, we can do a little bit better for them than 0, right? And so the 2 solutions are either there's an international arbitration.
I'm not one for regulation, but slavery is bad.
Let's, like, maybe we don't abuse the slaves, maybe not. Maybe that's kind of bad, maybe just, call me crazy. It's 2024, right? But, like, okay, international arbitration, there could be some sort of international arbitration, and my thing is it should be outside of Japan, because in the Japanese influence, especially for international VTubers, people that are not located in Japan, because they don't have the same remedies that a Japanese person would have. That's one. Number 2 is exactly what Mudhar said, which is you must incorporate an actual entity there and keep assets there in proportion to that funding that you're getting from those folks, in some proportion. So there's some remedy, right? You can bring a case in, for example, with Doki Bird Canada, right? Or bring a case somewhere else against them. You don't have to go to Japan and litigate in Japanese court to claim against Nichi-san. That's ridiculous.
And not to mention, okay, this is just from a completely legislative perspective. But, like, even on a, like, normal perspective, they've been hiring their managers as part-time Japanese students that are in a high school that speak conversational level of English. Those are the people they're hiring to be their English managers. Like, that's insane. Like, just purely from a negligence perspective, what are they thinking?
And that was the whole job ad that was for literally 1,100 yen, which right now was like $7.40 per hour for a quadlingual employee English, Japanese, Korean, and Chinese. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Quadlingual.
I can barely speak one language alone, and I'm not gonna be paid that.
Dude, you ain't getting paid $7.40, okay? Listen.
Dude, I had somebody defend, like, it's like, well, I mean, this is kind of standard rate, and I'm like, who said it was standard rate? The moment you add languages to your goddamn, like, repertoire, your rate goes up. There's not a lot of people that are designed to
That's why they were hiring part-time students.
Yeah.
No, and
Those guys are idiots.
They require that. They require that you're a student.
Yeah.
Which is the messed up thing. They're like, oh, you must be a student. I'm like, wait a second, what?
Yeah, and you have, like, these 15-year-old students managing, 30-year-old talent, like 10 30-year-old streamers that are streaming to tens of thousands of people. Like, it's insane. But Muda, I don't know if you heard about this. So we're talking about Niji Sanji because they're the biggest one that's imploding. However, did you ever hear of Wactor?
Oh my God, Wactor's so bad.
Did you send me that?
I think I did send you that.
These guys make Niji Sanji look like the comical villain compared to these guys are actually really bad.
So they look like Kenneth Copeland to Niji Sanji's Jesus Christ. Okay.
Guys, I'm gonna be real. This is turning into a true crime podcast. Like, holy shit, this is not like. I want to remind the audience when we're talking about this. Like, we can laugh all we want, but these are like.
No.
And again, thank God they can't litigate. Can they litigate me here? I don't think they can.
I mean, they probably could, but I don't think
they could, but they're not going to.
Okay. Well, these guys are scumbags. Okay. Like at the end of the day, they are scummy organizations. Yeah. And the reason why any awareness needs to be raised up is because the way that they're operating is almost reminiscent to how the Yakuza operate. I mean, it is in some cases very much how the Yakuza seem to operate, and that's like we gotta stand up against this kind of shit because we're literally looking at like people who are getting away with emotional. I mean, for all seriousness aside, like Doki Bird attempted on her life twice.
Correct.
Over the sheer shit that she went through. So it's like you can't let an organization like this
also,
get the
people say that Doki Bird won at the end, dude. There is no amount of winning that makes it worth it. Okay, no, there's no such thing.
It's the least. The thing is like, okay, yeah, this is the of the shitty scenarios. This is the least bad, right?
Yeah,
but
I guess.
I mean, let me put it this way: if you go through litigation is not fun. So let's say there was some lawsuit. Let's just pretend hypothetical here. That is a multi-year emotional and financial whirlwind. You do not want to be involved in that, especially if it's cross-border. It's going to be insane. She's going to be deposed. She's going to have all this other stuff put on the stand. Come on, that's not going to be good for her mental health. That's not going to be great for her. Also, she'll be doxxed. She'll be
super doxxed, but she has no money. Okay.
Right.
All her time working with Niji Sanji, she hasn't been making any money because they haven't been funding her project, so she has to pay everything out of pocket. Which is like, at that point, what do they do? Aside from giving you a platform.
I mean, at that point, it's like YouTube MCNs are somehow like better, like an actual multi-channel networks or somehow.
See, the thing is with VTuber agencies, it's much. There is a threshold to being a VTuber. Okay, there's a threshold to being a streamer, right? You need a computer, you need a microphone, you need a camera. Okay, that's how you're a streamer. To be a VTuber, you also need a probably around $4,000 VTuber model to actually be successful.
Competitive.
Okay? Yes, you could definitely go for a lower class, cheaper one, which is totally fine, and you could definitely succeed with it, but it'll be much, much harder. As hard as it is to break out on social media, it's even harder as a VTuber for no money. That said, Niji Sanji is going to give you a model that you won't have to pay for, and they are going to put you in front of an audience of 100,000 to 1 million people overnight. This is a huge sell. It's a big deal, and for a lot of people that are just streaming for the passion of it, that now they can make it their career, that's a dream come true. And then they realize that, they're selling their soul to Lucifer. But it's not that I don't get the perspective of joining an agency. It's sucky.
Well, it's instant. Yeah, like you said, it's instant. Fame, right? Because you're just part of Niji Sanji. Like you've made it beyond other indies, at least perceptively, right? The public is like, oh, they made the cut to actually get hired by an agency. They must be better, and they're debuted with other members.
Aside from must be better, dude, they're streaming in front of 10,000 people now. They have 100,000 Twitter followers. They are actually making a living. They have a tight knit group of people that they could already collab with. Right? Like, you you get a lot by joining the agency. It's just not worth the 98% of merch revenue and 100% of sponsor revenue and 50% of donations and your soul.
Yeah. Well, what they do is they sell
probably
you the
a kidney.
What they do is they sell you like the hard part of being an influencer, which is building that initial audience, and then your expectation is, I want to be. I guess I have to be treated like shit because they did what is one of the hardest things to do up front, right? Like, is build that initial audience.
Yeah, I mean I don't know about you guys, but I mean it took me to just get started and get rolling. Like, it took me over a year of just spinning my wheels, throwing my own money into it, just like really not getting much traction, and then finally doing the right collaborations, getting the right topics, figuring out how to do it. I mean, it's not easy. It is not easy, and you have to not quit multiple times when you feel like quitting, right? So like, so to be told you're going to instantly get that boost, that is something. It's not nothing.
No. It's definitely something. Yeah. But
I mean, that is by far, like, when people ask, like, what is the hardest part of, like, this whole thing? And it's like, it is literally getting past that initial hump, just because that is, like, that is the wall, right? Like, if you don't build the audience, it's like so many people get demoralized. It's like that gambling meme when you're, like, picking for diamonds and shit. It's like, so many people give up when they can succeed. There's a bit of there's luck involved in this. Okay, I don't want to pretend that you're not lucky in anything.
Certainly,
what they're selling is the ability for you to bypass luck, which is like, man, that's worth more than gold in this industry. So
it's worth
go ahead.
Yeah, and that's why you see, like, these are people that they didn't grow up on the internet. They didn't start a 1 follower and then got 10 and then got 100 and then got 1,000. They instantly got 100,000, and they fall for bait all the time on Twitter. I don't know if you've been seeing over the last week. The talents, some of them have been falling for obvious bait. Like, one of them was told on one of their responses. Okay, I was going to say the other guy, the UQ Wilson. So another one of them, he says something along the lines of, "Oh, hey, I see that you're doing well. What about all the people that are harassed within your company?" And he actually responds to an anonymous Twitter guy saying, "Oh, did you make that opinion because drama YouTubers told you that?" It's like, no.
Okay, we need to also, like, call the cancer that is, like, this weird criticism of everything that is illegal somehow being drama these days.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
That's drama. This has been really frustrating for me. It's like, well then what's your definition of news, right? Like, you're just not going to get information anymore. Like, when does it become drama, right? It's like when they're breaking the law that like transcends
Andrew,
drama.
What's your thoughts on the Russia-Ukraine drama that's been going on lately?
Oh, dude, insane! I hope they get that. I hope they get that sorted out at some point.
I hope they squash the beef.
Yeah. Let's just.
No, but it's like, dude, and
it's
again,
serious, but that's not even a joke. Like, it just becomes everything is drama because you don't define words anymore. Words have no meaning anymore. It's like calling somebody a Yahtzee, right? It's like it means nothing, right? It literally means nothing because it's just applied to everybody. So you've actually taken a word that meant something and now it means nothing.
I can hear the pain in this point, Andrew, for you, because as a lawyer, your whole job is the definition of words and meanings. It's like these people are just
so bad. It's like, this means something.
No, but it's insane because, like, about 2 months ago, I covered a situation with, like, charity fraud and shit. Like, I looked through IRS stuff, and they were like, "Is this like drama?" And I'm like, "Dude, last time I checked, financial scamming is not drama. This is like." Well, you know what? I guess we have 2 entire divisions in the U.S. government that works in drama.
My favorite response to that, when you call out charity fraud, and they're like, "Are you snitching for clout right now?"
I'm like, dude. I like sit there. I'm like, dude. You know what? I'm gonna call up the FBI office and be like, "So what's the new drama these days with you guys? Like, what drama are you guys stopping?" Like,
so Epstein, the Epstein drama was crazy. The conclusion was kind of wild.
Dude, and again, even looking into it, it's just like the drama. I'm like, dude, I'm literally looking through his documentation, like the files that got released, because one of my things is, like, I always like to call the misinformation when it's there. So when this was coming out, everyone was bringing up, like, random names. So I'm like, I'm just gonna do what, like, everyone doesn't seem to be doing in this. I'm gonna download all the PDF files for myself. No pun intended.
Read all of it.
I'm gonna Control F my way through all of it, because I'm like, that's what you can do, right? Like, that's right. The thing that most people should do. It takes you, if you're gonna talk about a topic, at least spend the 20 minutes it takes to download the files and, like, Control F the names that are popping up everywhere. Like, what the?
Well, I get this in my sphere with people that'll talk about lawsuits, because that's a big thing in the legal sphere, is to talk about lawsuits. And there's people out there, even lawyers, that won't read the complaint. And it's public, right? And like everybody can read this. Like, it's in the English. Like, anybody, a non-lawyer can read it. And they won't even do that job. I'm like, you are an embarrassment. Like, at that point, yes, it's drama, because you haven't done the research, right? You haven't done any research at all. Yeah. You're just talking out of your ass. Right. At that point, yes,
speaking of lawyers, I want to bring up one lawyer that blew my mind away with how inept they were. Right, and far we've gotten an apology from them. It was around the same
Is this the Gerard guy?
It was the same Gerard situation. God. So this guy shits on us for apparently not listening to this one side committing, charity fraud in our definition and the definition of legal work. And when we were asking him, did you watch the hour-and-a-half call we had where the guy admitted to everything we were accusing him of? And they were like, no, we didn't. I'm like, so how is it that you as a lawyer refuse to look at one of the most pivotal pieces of evidence? I'm like, last I checked, that's your job, is to look through every... If I had you as a lawyer, I would want to die. If I found out in the courtroom... Did you watch 50% of the evidence that's been out? No, you didn't read through it. Well,
is that
I guess I'm screwed.
Yeah. Oh, should I have done that? It's like, you have one job. You had one job. But lawyers are like any other profession. There's good ones and bad ones, right? And there's very competent lawyers out there. But there's also people that I'm frightened that they have a bar license. I'll say that too, right? There's both.
Yeah. I mean, and that's the thing about any profession
too.
YouTube
lawyers also. I imagine that's a whole other breed.
It's a whole. The YouTube
somehow the degree gives you the ability to say lawyer reacts to Better Call Saul and get 1 million views. That.
It is what it is. It is what it is, and people should consider what persons do and what people have a background in, right? My background is in more corporate. I've done a lot of property, a lot of bonds, a lot of finance stuff. So I tend to try to stay looking at corporations, looking at what corporations are doing, whether it's right or wrong, because that's my wheelhouse. And when I see that, I tend to cover it, right? I've covered Disney, now I'm covering Niji Sanji, right? Typically, it's focused on that. I can do courtroom stuff. I took those classes, but it's not my specialty. I was never a litigator. In fact, I screwed up if my client goes to court, right? I have actually screwed up, right? But that's just understanding what you're good at and what you're bad at, right? And I think a lot of people on YouTube especially, they try to flex that they are skilled in things which they are not, right? They're an expert in things they're not. And I think it's really dishonest, and honestly, I don't have much taste for that.
Yeah,
I mean, hope you don't use a highlighter effect in your videos, because
I do not.
That's good, because Legal Eagle has stole that from Illuminati a while back. The highlighter effect.
Yeah.
It's really annoying. It's really annoying. He can go off and make his 98th Trump video and get 1 million views. It's fine.
Oh my god, the shade.
When I started out my career on YouTube, I was like, I'm gonna be better than Legal Eagle and 100% less completely ridiculously biased, So no. That's one of my inspirations to get on. I'm like, this is the guy. Yeah, I think I'll be all right.
Yeah. It's literally Saul Goodman versus Jimmy versus what's his face, Chuck McGill. Right?
I mean, like any industry, there's gonna be shade thrown around 100%.
Yeah. Look, you know the people in the industry, right? So when you're in an industry, when you do it, who's who, right? And so you know how they do their stuff, how you do your stuff. You watch it as a lawyer, and I hear things that make me cringe. It's kind of like watching any sort of legal drama or show. I'll hear people be like, objection. I'm like, that's not how it works, right? Or like, there's a surprise witness. I'm like, yeah, that's illegal, right? Can't have just a random surprise witness walk in that's not on the witness list. Like, that's not how trials work, bro. Like, let's just be very clear about
like even when that was happening, I remember that the episode, the chicanery episode for Better Call Saul, when I saw that, I'm like, dude, I am the furthest thing away from a lawyer, and even I can tell you right now, I'd be writing to the AMC right now angrily. I'd be like, you scumbags.
No, dude, he actually put Huel on the witness list. Okay, he was on the witness list.
And then he got the witness to commit a crime.
Yes, he did. Well. No, it's technically not a crime. It's reverse pickpocketing. Okay, he put something in his pocket, which is not a crime.
Okay, all right.
It's generous. I say it is.
What did Netflix hire you to correct this online bias? Jesus Christ.
Hey, I love that episode. Okay, it's like my favorite episode in television.
It's a good episode. But Andrew, you raise a great point too. Like, as somebody in the profession, you're a bard. Like, you know, you're a lawyer.
Yeah, Florida attorney.
I'm glad that you say that you have specializations and you don't like to speak out of pocket. It's the same thing with, like, even in our business too, right? Like, when I talk about like computer science and everything, like, I straight up tell them like cybersecurity, like the speciality. That's why I don't talk about like another completely different field in the world of computer science, because it's not something that I'm educated. I might have some slight understanding, more than the average person, obviously, but I'm not trained, or I'm not, like, you know, properly acquitted to discuss certain things. So I'm glad that you also say, like, because there's so many people on the internet. There's so many doctors that I see who just pretend to be like medical experts on everything. And it's funny because I talked to my dad. My dad's a cardiologist, so like, people think it's like, oh, that's like the top tier doctor. My dad's like, yeah, dude, I know about hearts and shit. Okay, like, you ask me about the brain, I'm literally brain dead if you ask me. Like, I can't answer it.
That's like when you see, like, I don't want to get into conspiracy territory, but when you see, like, you know, doctors on, like, YouTube doctors talking about how the vaccine works.
Oh, the Rona. Yes. Yeah, no, but that was actually the worst, because during that, and I actually got a strike over this, like, the doctors that knew what they were talking about and said, yeah, that's bullshit, right? Those got in trouble, right? Those doctors got in trouble, but it was the doctors that were like, I'm a dermatologist and you need to get your 17 boosters. Those people were allowed to talk, and they're like, oh, look, trust the science. Let's trust these guys. It's like, wait a second, like, they
are part of the Matrix.
You know,
free.
I remember when that happened. It's like, I remember when that happened. I asked my dad. My dad's like, you know, I know how a vaccine works, but here's another doctor that can answer. Here's actually 3 doctors I know who are more smarter than me on this topic. It's like, what? Like, because like, literally his answer is like, I know how hearts work, okay? Like, I know how that. And my dad's like, I hate my job, because every time I tell my patients, I'm like, lose some weight so you don't come in, and I don't have to risk every day of my career working on you.
My favorite COVID video on YouTube by far is Matt Pat made a video which video game characters can survive coronavirus. That is my favorite video, and he has a PhD, so technically he's also a doctor. So that's
I'm
my favorite video.
I'm technically a doctor too. It's Doctor of Law. It's a Juris Doctorate. So technically I'm a doctor too, baby. Yeah. Dude,
those are my favorite kind of videos, because, like, you know, Matt Pat is the most well-meaning guy, and then you see a title like that, I'm like, dude, how the
how do you think of that? It's like, this is not a trend to hop on. Like, what are you doing?
Because I kind of sit there, I'm like, dude, you have a whole ass team that could have told you this might not have been the hottest idea to post. Like, holy shit. No, but you know, speaking of, like, YouTubers, one of the discussions that we had, and I really want to ask you this too, because as a lawyer, you've worked how many hours, like, a week on cases, on documentation?
Oh God, on projects sometimes, especially when they're really pumping, because I did a lot of project development and a lot of big commercial real estate. I represented Universal Studios when I was in Orlando. Like, a lot of this Epic Universe stuff that's coming out right now, I was, like, literally doing a lot of the entitlement work, the land development work, the purchasing for that. So, like, it's really interesting. I can kind of talk about it now that it's no longer confidential, but I would put in some weeks, you know, 90-hour weeks easily. Like, that was not
that sounds almost as hard as streaming.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, hey, listen. I mean, your job doesn't sound like it was socially draining or anything. I mean, come on. as a
Right.
lawyer? How often are you interacting with people on a daily basis?
You know,
really?
to be fair, I did a lot more interacting with people because I had to go to a lot of like public meetings and stuff like that. I was actually like one of my skills is public speaking, which is why I like YouTube, right? But and most lawyers were like basement dwelling research nerds, right? You know, they never leave their office. Even the litigators, like the trial rarely happens in a civil context. Rarely, they always settle. So they're mostly in their office. They're mostly typing. They're mostly by themselves. They're mostly not out there socializing. We have social events, but what that really is, and it's kind of sad, is us sitting around and drinking like free whiskey sponsored by the Bar Association. You know, until we go home, pass out, and just wake up and do it again. You know, exactly. The bar sponsors the bar. You know. And yeah, no, it was a lot of that. It was a lot of research, a lot of sitting inside, and a lot of just working long hours when you need to.
So when you're saying your job was difficult,
it's happening.
I mean, do you stream by any chance?
Are you trolling me right now?
I think he doesn't see where we're going with this exactly.
Oh yeah, no,
Well,
okay, yeah.
No, I'm just saying.
Yes, as a streamer, I am the most victimized category out there. I am peak on the victim chart. I am at the.
I'm just saying when you're streaming, I assume it's more draining than, I don't know, going to trial or something.
Oh God, it's the worst.
Do that.
Oh,
Jesus
streaming
Christ.
is the worst. I would rather be sent to the gulag than stream.
So I want to give like the context. Every time we discuss any type of this shit, it's always the context bros that jump into the, like with the flak jackets on, into the comment section. So the context here is, you know, one of the largest streamers.
In Vosh's defense, okay.
We're not bringing up the horse stuff anymore. No horses.
Bad.
This is a topic that we can actually discuss on YouTube without being shadow banned. So Hassan Piker, one of the largest streamers, been on the show, friend of the channel, you know, good guy. We all disagreed, I would say, about like his discussion of what I would consider socially draining. Like, we've come from jobs, everyone has come from a job here, right? When I look at YouTube and I look at live streaming, and I even like my worst stream, which was like 13 hours long years ago, you walk out of it, there is a socially draining aspect of it where you probably don't ever want to speak to somebody, but I feel like this is a job where you can walk into your office. You can literally walk to your office. You don't have to like drive anywhere. You don't have to do any of that bullshit. You walk to your office. You can swear all you want. You can be as raunchy as you want, and you make good money if you're successful. And it's money that you control. You're not paying. You're not kicking it back up to like a company and they're paying you a salary or something. Like, the fact that it was being compared to like retail work or anything, which is, by the way, the most soul-sucking, energy sapping shit you could imagine.
Specifically retail work, like that is like that's the breaker of people, right? I mean, it's 2 steps off from chattel slavery, right? I mean, it's pretty bad.
I mean, I'll say it right now, dude. I mean, a job at Staples meant that I would say that I was up and like.
What the fuck? Bruh. What?
was one of the first gigs that I ever had. First job, very young. All right, when you're young, you are susceptible. Child labor laws, they exist, but let's be honest, they don't give a shit about us. They don't give a shit about the kiddos yet. We work, we get paid shit, and it's supposed to be like you're started into the door. I have never ever experienced a job that is more soul sucking and meaningless than that. You know, working other jobs like cybersecurity, anything, it's like, yes, I would feel like going to an office, putting in 10, 12-hour days, like working from, there are days where you work from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., right? Like 6 days a week. It is an industry that doesn't respect your time or whatever. You get paid good, but that, you have nothing else. So the fact that when you're streaming and you walk away and it's like, man, my social batteries are drained, I'm like, dude, I wouldn't even consider it the same.
You could complain about streaming, okay? You could say that streaming, it drains your battery, you're tired as hell, you stream for 8 hours, you're allowed to complain. That is your God-given right as an American, okay? As much as you hate the country. But the point is, you're allowed to complain. It's the terrible comparisons that just look awful. Like,
if you just complain in a vacuum, that's fine, right? But when you start comparing it to work and saying it's worse than this, that's when I'm like, okay, now you lose me, bro, because you're not out here, like I said, you're not out there, working the Oregon Trail, you're not out there on the Deepwater Horizon, you're not out there working at Wendy's, you're not
all
working.
You guys watching my stream right now that are struggling to get Wi-Fi because you have an outpost in Afghanistan, all you guys, it's not as socially draining as what I do. You should know.
I mean, it's one thing. Like, if you like, the thing is, like, I would probably sit there and be like, "Why is everyone complaining?" If you just walked out and said, "Yeah, it sucks when you're streaming for like 9 hours, dude. I feel like wiped at the end of the day." And I'm like, I get it.
Valid complaint.
Your eyes are dry. Your head probably hurts.
Sure.
Yeah, that's what anybody is like when they're at a computer talking for like after a stream. Sometimes my throat hurts. I don't complain about it. I'm just like, dude, that's what happens when you're speaking for hours on end, right?
Also, you recognize the fact that you have the ability to not stream.
Yeah, and that was one of. I raised that point. I raised the point up. I'm like, because when I got like criticism from like the 13-year-old communists in my like comment section, I'm like, hold on a minute. When you work a 9 to 5, you don't get to turn off and like go home. I don't get to tell my boss, I'm tired. I'm gonna go home. No, they fire my ass if I do that. Yeah. On a stream, it's like. The most beneficial thing is after you've made good money, you can just say, all right, guys, I'm done for the night. Good night. Bye. Take care. End the stream and do your own thing. That is the most privileged, like, blessed job you could ever imagine. And I believe Hassan even said that too. He's like, this
especially
is a blessed job.
As a successful streamer.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, if you're streaming, just to make barely ends meet, okay? If you're freaking working for Niji Sanji, okay? Like,
I mean, if you're in slave labor, sure.
Right, exactly.
Making 2% of merch revenue, sure.
Yeah, I work for the Yakuza. Yeah, then your arguments are pretty much like
very
understandable.
Valid argument.
Yeah.
Very valid. But like, if you're streaming, making literally millions of dollars, like millions of dollars.
My other thing too is like, even when I discuss the whole thing, it's like I'm like, look, as a business owner myself, YouTube is not like a primary job for me. Like as a business owner, property asset development, stuff like that, I go into work every day, right? Like my only off day is Sunday, and as a business owner, like, and I'll say it, a Sunday isn't a day off. It's just a day to prepare for the week again. That's it. And I've always said, and like the funniest thing is, it's like. I have to explain to people, I'm like, dude, as somebody that takes the risk, just bring the initial capital with my partners and start a company, and then we hire people later. Like, you get into, like, it becomes this esoteric discussion about like the means of production and capitalism. I'm like, dude, we're literally talking about like a stupid take. That's it. Like, it's a dumb take,
Yeah.
And I'm like, and when I sit there, I'm like, look, I can complain about a million problems in society. I know that it's way out of my scope to fix it. All I can do is try my best to live within it and make something out of it, you know?
And beyond that, I mean, if you look at it, especially with young people, I think they polled, everybody wants to be what? What's the number one thing they always...
A streamer.
A streamer.
They
YouTuber,
all want to be
influencer,
content creators, always.
But again,
universal.
a lot of people want to be things that they don't realize how much work it is
This is
beforehand.
true.
So
This
that's
is true.
not necessarily an argument.
But it still makes it desirable, right? Other people desire and covet what you have. Now, obviously, a lot of times they covet it because they don't know what it entails. They don't know whether they'll have the skills for it or not. They just covet it to covet it. I mean, it happens with lawyers a lot. There's a lot of people I see in law school that are not really equipped to be lawyers because they don't know what the job really is. They watch Legally Blonde and they think that means they can go out there and kind of, rock the world and make $1 million and ride off with Chad. But obviously, that's not exactly what happens when you become a lawyer. You end up pinned behind a desk, and most of your social life goes to shit, right? So I can see that. But at the same time, like you mentioned, when you want to take a day off, it's even beyond that. You don't have to ask anybody, and it can be any time you want. So let's say you just covered something big, you've made big money, and you want to take 2 or 3 days off. Maybe you want to take a week off. It really doesn't matter that much. You can just do that, right? You can actually go ahead and do that if you need to do that, right? And you can actually set it up so that maybe you schedule content to come out, you have videos that are rolling out, you pre-recorded, you go on vacation. That's amazing. And you don't have to ask anybody but yourself, right? It's only incumbent on yourself to do that. That's kind of unparalleled.
It's probably stressful. I'm not saying
Sure.
it's not stressful. It's the comparison that's just incredibly out of touch.
I think there's also a big difference too. Like, I kind of hate the conflation of like streaming and like YouTube content creation. Like, working on an investigation where you're like reading through the IR. I'm gonna say it for the record, okay? You want to know something mentally draining? And you as a lawyer, Andrew, you can agree with this. Reading the Internal Revenue Code.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah.
So every time in a video, I'm like, I'm not a lawyer, so please talk to a lawyer if you want like actual like this is just me understanding it. So I'm reading through the IRC and I'm like, and that's what came into my head when I saw that take. I'm like, dude, you want to know something mentally, socially draining? Reading the Quran, like internal revenue documentation. It's like, holy shit. It's insane. Like I was reading through the IRC because I wanted to like understand like what the actual laws were broken, and I'm reading through it. I'm like, dude, there's like subsection 4, like there was one I was reading. It was like subsection 4 bracket I, subsection E2 point. I'm like, dude, how does a lawyer how does an accountant look through this? Like, there's a big ass tooltip in the Internal Revenue documentation, like a tooltip this big that tells you. Check the, please. It's like the DMV of documentation. It's like, oh, you want to find out what's there? Go to this page. Oh no, you go to that page. Go to this section. Open up that like, dude, what the?
Well. So two things there. Number one, they keep it intentionally dense because it's a gatekeeping instrument to keep the tax processing services and the tax lawyers in business. And number two, there's a reason why, for example, even when the lawyers,
cringe.
I know it's true though.
It's
true.
insane to me that the law is not comprehensible for the layman.
It's meant to be that way.
Why am I supposed to keep the law if I can't even understand it?
So you pay us money for it, Nux. That's why.
That's stupid. That's cruel. That's evil.
Well, yes,
dude. That's literally that's accounting in general. That's accounting in general.
It's the truth. It's the truth. And people won't want to say it. They're like, Andrew, why are you telling them shut up? I'm like, I don't care. What are you going to do to me? But the second part is, look, in tax law, you literally have to get a specific certification. I have to say, if I'm going through tax law, like I am not a tax specialization lawyer because that's an extra degree. Most people who do tax go get an extra degree on top of their law degree, an extra 2 years or a year at least.
I did not know that.
Yes, in the U.S. Yeah.
So. Yeah, and it's so wild. Like I go onto like the internet and I look at like the Eastern European countries. They have like a website portal, like just a simple website portal. It's like, how much you owe? Yeah, so I'm like, I wish it was that simple.
It's so complicated to pay taxes. I'm trying to give you my money, okay? Dude, please.
Like 2 years ago, the smartest thing we ever. The most important person at our company is not me, not any other partner. It's the CFO. The CFO is an actual partner now.
Yes.
Because when we hired her like 2 years ago, we were just like, listen, I don't know how the. We were doing like our taxes like morons. We were doing them like it's not like we weren't doing them like illegally or anything. I'm just saying like the way that we structured companies.
Careful now.
And the way that we did operating.
Not criminals.
Yes. No, it's like this is tax minimization, not tax evasion, right? Be very clear. One of them is legal, one of them's not.
The way that I can explain it the best is like we didn't have holding companies.
Sure.
Like that was funny. We didn't know like what the because we always thought like holding companies were for like the really big companies, right?
Sure.
So we had like all of our cash in like operating like companies, like our operating accounts. So holdco, opcos, whatever. And like it wasn't until our CFO came in and it's like, have you guys ever been sued? We're like, no. Why? It's like you probably should move your assets to something else. I'm like, we were learning about this shit like 2 years after we hired somebody who was wading us through.
Keep your horse with the taxes.
Yeah, dude. Dude, like literally, our tax lady was like, "So do you talk to the IRS?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I mean, occasionally we do. We have U.S. stuff." It's like, why don't you have like separated business? Why are you giving the IRS all of your documents? Because we used to do that under the company. We would give them all of our Canadian information to the U.S. Internal Revenue Service. Like, why are you giving those Americans everything? Separate the branch. Moron.
But it's true though, because it's true because there's eventually going to be something that like both sides want, and you end up in these scenarios where you're essentially double paying. You're like, okay, I've got to pay you and I got to pay you because you're both interpreting your tax code different ways. So now you're just double paying. And at the end of the day, it's going to fall on you. You can fight it as much as you want. You're going to end up paying. Right? It's just
I'm a dual citizen, okay? I'm American and I'm Canadian, okay?
South Korea, though.
I'm sorry.
Absolutely insane. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. It's awful, okay? So listen, so there's a tax treaty between the United States and Canada. So I only have to pay taxes in Canada because that's actually where the higher bar of taxes is. And then I need to actually fill out all my taxes through the United States as well because they own a piece of your soul, okay? They're like super Niji-Sanji, okay?
Right.
They also own you a little bit. So the way it works is if you're a Canadian resident, then you have to pay taxes in Canada. However, if you're an American citizen, you have to pay taxes in America. So if you're a resident in Canada, you technically have to pay taxes in both. And that's where the tax treaty comes into. You only need to pay the country where it's more, and then you file taxes to the other country. But here's where it gets insane. If you want to run a business, then you have to incorporate it, right? You make an LLC, Limited Liability Corporation.
Correct.
That works in the United States to help a lot in regards to not needing to pay taxes for business expenses and certain things. However, an LLC is not recognized by Canada. It has its own thing, and its own thing is not recognized by the United States. I cannot incorporate.
I actually didn't know that.
Yeah, I can't incorporate my company properly, okay? Because no matter what I call it, I'm just going to need to pay the extra money that I would be saving to the other country.
Oh, That's
Tell me why that makes sense.
It makes zero sense at all whatsoever. Zero.
Dude, and this is the thing about like anything like I'm glad that you compared like the U.S. like government to Niji Sanji here because that's actually the best.
It's very accurate.
Listen, it's one thing we all can agree on, no matter what. If you're on both sides of the law, whether you're like doing your job completely legally or you're like multinational drug dealer, if you're not paying Uncle Sam his dues, they're gonna come out. Like it's insane when I was like researching the IRS.
They will terminate.
No, that is the number one thing. Like you know, you can f around with a lot of things, but not the tax man. Not the tax man. Right? I mean, ask Wesley Snipes. You know, I mean, you can do you can do a hell of a lot, but don't mess with your taxes.
Well, even like the tax stuff. It's like it's funny because when I'm looking into the IRS, I'm like they have the only division in any country's tax system where they have literal like actual agent like combat like ready field agents. Like if you don't pay your tax and you hide in the Amazonian rainforest, they'll send badged armed agents like special operators, and they'll get their money.
Well, and if you're American, you're kind of screwed because you've got to report. You know, I live abroad. I'm in Asia, right? And you have to report all of your bank accounts. So, like, you know, all of your bank accounts that go over $10,000 are mandatory to be reported back to the U.S. So, like, you're going around, you're thinking, oh, I'm in another country. Nuh-uh. IRS is going in there and looking at every single one of those, which is kind of ridiculous.
Okay, you think my finances were screwed until here, Andrew? Get ready for this bombshell. When I first monetized my YouTube channel, I was in Israel. Okay?
Oh, God.
So the way YouTube works is that they're only going to allow you to open up a bank account in the country that you monetize your channel.
Okay.
I obviously had no idea this was the case. I had, 10,000 subscribers on YouTube. I wasn't making any money, okay? I was making $12 and $16 here and there. I was on vacation and I monetized it because it's just like a little pop-up. It pops up, you click monetize, and that's fine. And then they said, okay, now attach an Israeli bank account. I'm not an Israeli citizen. So I had to go find out a way to make an Israeli bank account that I could attach to the YouTube account. And then I had so much money sitting in the Google AdSense at that point, around $250,000, that I wasn't able to access because I couldn't actually get them to send it to a Canadian or an American bank account. It had to be an Israeli one. I had to go back to Israel. I had to make an Israeli bank account for them to send the $250,000. And then guess what? Israel froze the bank account. Where's all this coming from? Who is this Google person that's sending you all?
Look,
right? It is.
And
I go to them with all these
account...
documents and everything. All these documents trying to prove it. No, literally nothing. And now I have more money accumulating in a Google AdSense account that's like, well,
Dude,
attach a different Israeli bank account.
I had the same situation here in like Canada. So like not with like at one point. So this is the scariest thing about tax.
What the fuck happened to him?
people, right? Like when they call you up on the phone, it is the scariest shit. It's like your dad is calling you up and he's just visibly angry. So you get a call, it's like, hi, I'm so-and-so. This is my badge number. I'm calling from Vancouver. I'm like, hold on, lady, you're giving me your badge number? What the what's going on? She's like, we sent you a letter like in the tax website. So you go to the tax portal and like you open the little letter. It's like, you owe $200,000 in sales tax. It's like, so are you gonna pay that by the end of the week? I'm like, what? What do you mean I owe you $200,000? She like puts a flag down on the account. And like the way they scare you.
What? Yeah.
Like, I almost was like, shit, I might as well just pay the bill. I don't know. Maybe I'll get it back. But I don't want to get in trouble with them.
$200,000 is not worth prison.
Well, no. So I call up my CFO, and my CFO's like, nobody goes to prison. First off, and second of all, you give me her badge number. You give me her number right now, and I'll call. So like 30 minutes later, I'm sitting in my office. I'm like, shit, what are they talking about? And she gives me a call. It's like, it's all good. I told her what you do. It's fine. I'm like, wait, you got it sorted out? She had thought that apparently we were doing sales work through we were selling items on Google or through the ads or something. So she was wondering if we were collecting sales tax on everything.
Oh yeah, trying to get a VAT. Yeah.
Yeah. So all my accountant did was she's like, I just sent her the Google AdSense terms and conditions, and she's like, oh, I get it. I'm like, why are you scaring him? It's like, what the? He's out there thinking that he owes six figs to the government. I'm like, and that's dude, we all could make a whole series of just the IRS and everyone's experience with them, YouTubers and their stories.
I've had some nightmares.
It is nightmare because when they catch up, the thing is, in the beginning, people don't think about it, but it compounds, right? And the IRS is like Pepperidge Farms; they never forget, right? They 100% will come at you later. And there's a lot of this stuff there's not a statute of limitations on, so they'll roll this stuff out for a significant period of time.
I don't even want to name names on certain influencers, but I've had discussions where it's I like talk to them, and we're at like
It's
a party.
dude,
and
what do your tax forms look like? Wait, you have to pay taxes?
No.
Literally, that was the funniest shit I ever heard. This is the
Oh.
funniest.
We're
shit.
thinking of the same guy, I think.
I was in a I was in a party in like Los Angeles,
Oh,
right?
no,
Like,
never mind.
because we were just talking about like shots and we were just talking about like taxes and everything because we were from like Canada, and so the discussion was hilarious because I'm like, oh, how do you have your thing set up with the CRA? Like, do you do this and that? And it's like, yeah, I don't know how to pay taxes yet. It's been 4 years since I've been doing YouTube. I don't really know how that process works. I'll get around to it eventually. And like in my head, I'm like, oh god, oh you sweet summer child. How do you... I'm like, wait a minute. You've been making all this money, and then when I'm like asking them, like, you set some aside for taxes, right? It's like, no, when I do it eventually, I'll pay that year off. And I'm like, oh, ooh, I don't want to tell you, but when they come down.
Also,
That's not how it
I've
works.
spoken to someone about that also. Okay, so I think I'm not going to mention any names here, obviously. But I was talking to someone and they're like, "Well, I don't like share my identity publicly, so I don't think like they'll know it's me."
Yo, where is this? Oh. What? Oh, fuck! What the fuck? How was I supposed to know it? Oh well. I see. Okay. Yellow is in. White is out. Nice. Okay, I'm going to call it here. This was cool. And there are 3 other branching paths, so that's nice. Very nice. But I'm going to call it a day. Yes. Daily's all done, except this one, but no one does that. Okay. Good night.